All right. All right, all right, all right. And away we go. Okay. I know some, bugs and issues have been reported, so I wanted to address those as best that I can. Um, one of which should be fairly easy to track down. The tank, for some reason, it's we're unable to extract from the bottom of the tank. So let's look at fluid tank. And the inventory, I'm guessing we're going to have a custom inventory on this. Somewhere in here is going to be inventory gubbins. Oh, I guess we're going to have inventory generic. Really? Okay, yeah. We have inventory generic, but we have item slot large liquid. Okay. And that sets the capacity. So why can't we get liquid auto pull from slot? Just ignores block facing entirely. Okay. It auto push into, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't know why. Let's look at the item slot. Does this get liquid auto pull from slot? Item slot liquid only. Okay, let's try to track down item slot large liquid. Try take from. Is there a get? Try put into. Can take from. So I'm not seeing anything obvious that would block why this would not be pulling from the bottom. So I guess we're pipe item new. Block facing. Yeah, I don't see anything in here. If anything, it should work extra hard on going from the down, because that's the default face that stuff actually gets drawn from in the vanilla game. Let's see. What? Well, I'm gonna have to load it up I'm on debug, yes. And I do have the Vintage Drawers mod, the last release candidate in my mods folder, so I shouldn't have any gubbins airing out on me here. See? There they are. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, so that's 4 million dry grass that drawer can hold right there. 4 million. I'm hoping that's enough. Y'all like to store all the things. I'm hoping it's enough. Why is it dark? What time is it? Oh, it's actually like super early in the morning. Okay. Okay. So, we are testing the tanks. Okay. I have some down here that we have this empty one. And how about this one here? All right. Coming up here, do some tests. Rest for 5 hours. Is this not powered? It is not powered. Yeah, okay. In this situation, you might see these and go, hey, there's power in these. Well, again, it's trying to balance all the batteries, right? It's trying to balance the entire thing. Within a margin of error. So if these are within a certain percent of this, then it's going to assume that there's nothing in there. And yeah, I could, do a bunch of like edge case stuff in there, but I need to get you powered. Just so you have some juice. And then you have some juice. And then you have juice. Yay! My food won't spoil now. Let me get some protein. Num 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 num. Okay. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh yeah. Let's test the tanks out. So we want. Is this the empty tank? It is. Let's do an empty tank right here. Okay, and let's get a fluid Duvallaki right here. Okay, and then let's get the super tank with a bunch of stuff in it right here. And do that. And it's draining. And put that in there. I mean, it works. Again, from the bottom. So, whoever posted that bug, He has it on round robin. Okay, so hmm. So let's do a test. Do I have any other empty tanks down here? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Okay. We're gonna move this guy here. Let's get him right there. I want a few more of him. Tank. Steel. Give block. VE fluid tank. Steel. And then one here. And maybe one over here. Okay. Let's grab this guy. You have crude oil portion. Okay. Put you there. Okay. Grab this guy. Do that. We want to extract. Do that. Round robin. Anything else? He doesn't have a subnet on there. It's not going to be a perfect balance because this thing was extracting for a couple seconds while it changes to round robin, but it is working. Ding dong. So this I'm not able, I don't know what to do about this. I am not obviously able to replicate this. You know, I love it when shit works. The fact that we drained, round robined, pulled out, and pushed back in, and we still have exactly the same, like, the perfect amount of crude oil. I was a little worried there for a second that we were going to have like 254 or something like that. Like it was going to be some weird rounding error. But no, it works. Oh, it's glorious. So yeah, I am not 100% sure why that. I guess what I'm gonna have to start doing is like asking to join these servers where they have these bugs and just investigate, because I bet you I could look at that system in 2 minutes and figure out why it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Either they have a subnet on, which I don't think it would be a subnet, because his extraction node looks like it doesn't have a subnet. So if the extraction node is the thing that controls that. If the extraction node doesn't have a subnet, it doesn't even look at the subnet of the insert nodes. But the other thing I would look at is how many insert nodes does that extraction node see? Because that might be the bug, is because it's a much longer pipe. Like it's a pipe that comes out and wraps around and goes into a whole bunch of generators. That might be what it is. It's just when he loaded the world, the pipes didn't initialize, or they didn't initialize right away, something like that. And if that's the case, I can maybe help track that down, but I would need an explicit like go or no go on that. Okay, so we have sort of gone through all of this now. Okay. Not really sure why that's 148%. It's kind of alarming. So one of the other bugs that's been mentioned is this thing. These nodes are not initializing right. Let me get some more power in here. There we go. I mean, the craft that first craft finished because it was way overdone. I don't know why that did that. But basically, what I think the bug is when you load the game, the way that it's initialized. So if we save and leave. Okay. And then load back in. I think this has got to be it. So you see how the game is loading, you know, it's kind of doing a spiral around us. It was kind of loading around and around and around and around as we loaded in. So something about that process makes it so the connectors like don't see. So it's still getting power. So let's try to do it from this side. Just to see if this, right? If it loads that connector before any of the generators, right? So again, we're going to save and leave. We'll give it a couple seconds. I always give it a couple seconds just to make sure that it cleans up all the memory, right? Because we just unloaded the world. It has, like, the garbage collector has got a ton of memory in the back end, so it's kind of like cleaning all of that up. All right, and now we want to go back in. I mean, it's very fast. It's literally just a few ticks difference. But let's see. Still getting power. Okay. How about all of these? Power, 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 power. This one, it is using its power. It's just, 5 of these, I believe, comes close to maxing how much power. I don't know why that would be limited like that. That should be draining by quite a bit. I mean, it is running. Input. It's almost out of fuel. You can see input 0%. So it's like on its the last vapors of fuel. Just doesn't use it all that much. Now, I'm thinking about reducing the internal tank capacity of the generator. So what I was trying to do is, you know, give the generator enough of a tank to run for a little while, like if you filled it with a bucket. But the problem is if you're directly loading fuel into there, right, you're just going to need a lot of round robins. But the other thing is, I wanted to allow it to, you know, actually distribute the fuel properly. This is still going. Oh, there I see the portions. 247 portions. Okay. So it has quite a bit left. 246. That's one of the reasons I printed the portions out, because it was like I needed to know exactly how much fuel was in there. So that, yeah. It says 0%. It's just because the tank has, you know, so much space that 243 portions is really not a lot. Right, a portion is 1/100th of a liter, so that's literally like 2.4 liters in that generator. Right? Yeah, 2.4 liters. And Yeah. Portions per liter, 100. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, what is the gallons and liters? My car takes 12 gallons of gas, and that's just how my brain, it's just the system we use here. I think it's somewhere around like right close to 2 liters a gallon. I think. I'm trying to remember like 2 liter bottle of like soda. For some reason, we have 2 liter bottles of soda. Um, I want to say that's a little bit, actually a little bit more than a gallon. So it must be like 1 point something liters per gallon. Okay. Um, oh, we just had one finish. Yep. Perfect timing. Look at that. So you can see 571 liters of heavy oil. Well, heavy oil we can push into this machine and get it cracked down. Um, but we would need water to do that. Oh, ow. Oops. I don't know. Maybe some of you out there didn't know that you could actually climb the ladders on these. Maybe some of you did. But it's a great view up here. Why did I do that twice? My little blue cheese, little blue cheese cheat there. I'm in debug world. Leave me alone. Okay. So that I was not able to replicate that bug. Which sucks because that was one of my the only other bug was fully charged battery. Just okay. Let me fully charged. The distillation tower still fails to recognize the power source. Removing the circuit only returns X minus 1 wires. Well, that's intended. So let's see. Do I really want to click on that? Oh. Let's see. Yeah, accumulator. Distillation. Power. Okay, let me look. I don't know if he actually looks at. Yeah, I get it, dude. You got to look at the power connector. You got to look at the power connector. Found core. So it found the core. Okay. So, oh Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Oh man. Dean Guy, thank you for the sub. Okay, so now he's loading back in. So all you had was an MV battery connected with the other mod. I will call it the other electricity mod, with a bunch of shenanigans and converters and whatever. Dude, you could have cut this out of your video. Jesus. So yeah, what they were showing was this thing wasn't initializing right whenever they would load. It doesn't really matter what stuff is back there. What's weird is all they would have to do is rewire this. So if I don't know how to replicate this, because mine works. Obviously, I loaded the world twice, and this thing initialized just fine. And he doesn't have his EDI on, right? If you do .edi, right, it turns on and off the debug things. Right? So if I look at that, you can see found core app, blah, 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 right? It doesn't have all the information. If you do .edi, boom, you can see node 0 has 1 connections on NetID. It shows you more information, right? Debug, extended debug info, EDI. You gotta show that so you can see what network it is. Node 0 has 1 connections on NetID 26. Well, that should be NetID 26 everywhere you look, right? Because it's one network. All of that, right? All of that, those batteries, all on NetID 26. And then this one over here will be a different one, 23. Right? So 26 over here, 23 over here. 2 different networks. This is the bridge between them. Right? Node 0 has 1 connection on 23. Node 1 has 1 connection on 26. So .edi is kind of vital if you're trying to debug a situation. Always have. I always just have it on. Like, I never not have it on. even if I'm just playing normally. I just always have it on. So this I don't know how to replicate this. Right? If I save it and leave here, give it a minute or two. So and there it goes. Crafting away. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about this. I mean, it's quite obvious they have a bug, but is this a bug introduced by that other electricity mod? Because he's using that as a form of a source of electricity. Now, I could disconnect that. Let's connect some LV wire back to there. Okay. We want to keep my fridge going. And then, you know, these things max out at 2,000 power per second. This is 5,000 as built. Right? A maxed out one of these is 5,000 power per second. Well, that was a lag. What was that about? Where's my output at? No, nothing there. Okay. Just probably just like a garbage collect trigger. So yeah, these and this. I don't know. I guess this video doesn't really show how big his distillation tower is. Because he's complaining like, hey, it's not, you know, it's not powering my distillation tower. And it's like, well, your distillation tower could be using way more than one battery's worth of power. And I don't know how the other electricity mod behaves. Honest to God, I don't know. Right? What the power per second rating, all of that stuff is, which is why if you're trying to give me a bug to fix, you want to eliminate as many of those variables as possible. If there's another mod involved, I don't know how that mod behaves. I don't control that mod. I didn't program that mod. I don't know how it behaves. So all the little power source nodes, I don't know what those power source nodes do. I don't know when they react to the power call, what values they return. Do they have power? Like, all that network could see is the battery. I mean, there's still a bug there with the node not getting power, at least from the battery, but I don't know what that EP mod does. Because if I disconnect if I disconnect these, give me all the wires back. This should be out of power. Okay, and then, oh, that's LV. Let's not do that. Connect this one back. Okay. It's draining. So if I save and leave, while it's draining, and again, we're just going to kind of sit here for a second. I'm looking at my output here, see, get all the threads exiting here. Wow, there's quite a few threads that this thing closed down. So AI pathfinding is a thread, compressed chunks is a thread, server block ticks is a thread, check leaf decay is its own thread, chunk DB thread is its own thread. That's a lot of threads. This is massively multi-threaded thing. Yeah, and the EP mod, for some reason, it is more popular than mine. I don't know. I don't understand it. Okay. So that is completely out of power. And now that one's completely out of power. So you see, like, it is work. I didn't have to rewire that at all. It's just, it worked. And now these are completely out of power. So now I can do that. Let's wire you up to there, and then you can go to there. Right? And now we're getting a little trickle of power in there, but most of the power is going into there. Right? It only puts power into batteries if it's excess in a tick. Which this is basically pulling all 5 of those, but some of these are more than 1,000 power per second. So there's a 1,300. So there's a little bit of extra power. So like 350 power per second more, which is where this is coming from. So let's do one more save and leave. I just want to do one more check. Just load it in one more time. Let's see, make sure all these threads close properly. A lot of those hitches I'm seeing are garbage collection and threads shutting down in the background. So you can see that is hitching. Those are like threads closing down. Yeah, there's a lot of threads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different threads shut down when you exit the world. Yeah. Okay, we load back in, nice and fresh, and this is still getting power. So I don't know what to say, other than that it works, and it works as expected. I think I get a little protein. I don't have any veggie or fruit though. I have all of the dairy, all this blue cheese. Ooh, I'm backed up. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's working as I expect. None of my tests even trying to break it broke it. So yeah. What are some other bugs? I need to be reminded of what possible bugs could exist. So like if somebody's run into bugs, if you have a bug, now is the time, right? We've got the drawers so that the next version will work pretty nicely with drawers. It won't be perfect right now with the extract. Insert will be fine. Extraction is going to be a little tough because I haven't decided how to present the inventories of all the drawers on an extraction node. You can extract from an individual drawer, okay? So you'll be able to extract from a drawer, no problem. But trying to extract, say, from the I/O block, right? This was what was once called the controller slave, but people are sensitive in Snowflake, so that's not a word that we can use anymore. So that's just a drawer I/O. This requires a controller because it just defers to the controller. So you can't have one of these without one of these. But this allows you to insert just like you would a controller, and it does allow you to extract unlike a controller. You can't extract from a controller, but you can extract from here. And right now, the extraction will just go, it'll just daisy chain the drawers. It'll just drain one drawer, and then the next drawer, and then the next, and it'll just drain the drawers. So you can't really, right now, extract from an I/O with like a filter and say, hey, I only want sticks, because it's not going to see the sticks. So I haven't decided how to do that, because the way that the extraction node looks at a container is it just grabs the inventory of the container and then iterates through it iterates through the item slots of everything, and if it has a filter, it just iterates through the slots looking for that specific filter match, and if it finds it, then it returns the slot. But with drawers, I don't do that. The drawer controller does not have a copy of all the slots. It has a list of all the block positions. So in order for the I/O block or the extraction node to see all of the drawers, the controller would have to literally iterate through and basically copy the slot and just give it would be a mess. Because that call on the extraction node would literally call it every half a second, every tenth of a second, depending on the upgrades you have inside the pipe. Right? So it's like the VMod is only updated the latest version of Vintage Engineering, I think it's 0. Are we at 0.6 yet? I can't even remember. But yeah, if there are bugs, let me know, because now I would be able to fix them. Right? It always happens where I get done streaming a dev bug fix stream, and I get out and I look in the Discord, and there's a bunch of bugs people put. I'm like, it's not where I needed them. All right, let me hook this up, get some more power in there. The other thing is, I wanted to also address the person's comment on the wires. When you break wires, right, it will round down the distance between those wires. Right? When you wire stuff together, it rounds up the cost of those wires. Okay, so an example would be if you had, let's see if I can find a sort of LV. Do I have any LV wire on me? I do. Okay, so if I take LV wire, okay, and I go 1, 2, 3 blocks away, right, and I wire these up, it should cost 3. Okay, that was exactly 3 wire, and if I break these, it gives me 3 back. That is an exact 3 blocks distance, no rounding required. Now, if I go 1, 2, 3, well, diagonally, that is more than 3 blocks, right? From that point to that point, even though we have the same number of blocks in between, that is a longer stretch. And if you wire these, right, that was more than 3 wire. Okay? So that was 5 wire. That was 5 wire to go from there to there. Now, when you break it, you might say, oh, you get 5 wire back. No. You get, it rounds it down, so you're not guaranteed. So let's see what we get back. So we lost a wire. Okay? That is by this choice. You lose a wire, right, with the shenanigans like that. Because what I was running into was the ability to duplicate wire in this situation. You know, where it might cost 5 wire to place, but then for some reason when you broke it, it was giving you 6 because I was rounding up again, right? You round up at the cost, and if I rounded up when I gave it to you, there were cases I was running into, especially when you go like 3-dimensional, right? If one of these nodes is like up above and you've got like wires that are, you know, hanging all over the place, when you add a 3rd dimension, that can really gum the works. And so the distance calculation between them, I round down when I give you back the wire. So you, at worst, you usually will lose 1 wire, right? It's usually not more than 1 that you get back. And that is by choice. In order to prevent the duplication of wire and allowing somebody to just infinitely duplicate wire and never have to craft it again. And so that is, again, by choice, in order to get that to work. God, it's nighttime again. Let's see. Try to sleep till about 4:30, and then I hit shift in order to wake up early. There we go. That allows you to pop out of bed early. So yeah, this thing is going strong. We have so much heavy oil that we could crack down. This thing consumes an unholy amount of power, though. You can see it right there. 15,000 power per second. It's a lot of power, everybody. By design, because these are good amounts of power, right? You're going to need about 15 of these to power one of those. But again, if you're working on crafting plastic, which I still have to plastic, yeah, somewhere in here, plastic pellet, right? So I haven't quite got I don't know why do I have all of these? That's a weird thing. I mean, I get it, naphtha. I get it. But why aren't you showing me other fluids. Charcoal. I gotta. I'm confused. I wrote the recipe and I'm confused. So let's look at vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, recipes. This would be the chem plant and cracking. Well, let's just look at all of these. So cracking heavy oil and cracking lubricant, not giving me plastic. Plastic, just one cracking naphtha with charcoal gives me plastic pellet. So why, pray tell, is this in here so many times? That is definitely a problem. So why, where would that be? Let's look at recipe system. I don't think it's in the oh, yeah, it is right here. Red recipes, the handbook. Chemical plant, chem plant cracks into. That's just cracking. So if I look at naphtha, yeah, see, cracks into. But why is that in here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times? This is so bizarre. I didn't this code here, I didn't write myself. This was one element that was done as a side project for somebody contributing to the mod, which they did, and then they left, and I haven't talked to them since. So why then is this? Why is this called so many times? See, this process is done via a patch. It's a Harmony patch. Because for some reason the handbook doesn't include any hooks to be able to add stuff into. Add created by info prefix. Created by. I'm looking for like a for each. This is not a for each. Why is this being added so many times? Created by invoke. Add created by info delegate. So this thing is, if I look at recipe system, okay, what am I invoking in this? Chemical plant recipes. Go to definition. Add processes into. So is this adding? No, that can't even be right. Naphtha portion here. Oh my god, I'm hungry again. Jesus. It's like I have to eat food so often. So there's just the one recipe for this. Naphtha into plastic. So why is this in here 6 times? Is it in here 6 times? No, that can't be right. Because of how many recipes make the number of recipes that make naphtha are where's the naphtha? There it is. There's 2 recipes that make it. So that's not it. Because I didn't write this code originally, I would have to ask Blue Lightning to see if they inherently know why this is in here so many times. He wrote this code many moons ago. Get vintage engineering in machine. Cracks into. Recipe process. So this is the code here. There is a for each. There is a for each. So this has got to be what it is. Get outputs for ingredient. Grouped outputs. Asset location. Item stack. Get outputs for ingredients. Finds all recipe outputs that take the ingredient. Ignoring stack attributes. So is this thing returning 6 6 things? So I want to put a breakpoint here, but I want to create processes into verb. Open detail item stack. So conditions stack dot collectible dot code dot contain path dot contains PTHA. Okay. So we're going to Save and leave. And we have to quit. I'm pretty sure this code runs. This code runs on only when it loads, like when the game first loads, not when you load a world. I'm semi sure. Maybe not. I don't know. It did not. Okay. Oh, I still need to set those render. There it is. Oh, it does. It is called at runtime. Okay. So recipes, 94 recipes. Metal press. Excuse what? Recipes. What is T? Get outputs for ingredient. Recipes. Stack. Okay, what's the call stack here? Where did this come from? Add recipes to handbook. So this is what the call was. So recipes here. Cappy presses into. Okay. So grouped outputs dot count is 0. Okay. Recipes is now 24. So it's iterating through all of the vintage engineering recipes. Okay. One type at a time. Okay. So now we're at 71. Now we're on Sawmill. Now we're on Extruder. Crusher. Kiln. Mixer. Creosote oven. Blast furnace. Distillation tower. This. No, still has 0. This is chem plant. This should 100% return some outputs. Yes, 1. Okay. Processes into is cracks into. Group should be 1. Boom. And then good to go. So that's 1 item. And now we have 1. So what happened? Because I looked at it? Was that it? I looked at it and it was like, oh, there's just 1. I'm just kidding, everybody. There wasn't 6. The whole time there was just 1. So why would that, like, if I take this breakpoint away, right, and I close, and then I open again, and I open it again, Why? Okay. Crude oil, industrial mixes into, distills into. So now it's suddenly working? Cracks into diesel fuel, gasoline, naphtha. Instead of like cycling these, I would actually like them to be like listed. Boom, 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 next to one another. Cycling them is I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Okay. So if we save and leave. So when I looked at it, for some reason, when I was looking at it one by one, it did the right thing. But when it was automatic, when I didn't do that, it was like there was a cache, right? Is there like a handbook cache or something like that's a weird thing. So let's look at it again. Oh, we gotta wait. The handbook takes a second or two to show up. There it is. Oh, now we've got two. Uh-oh, we have two. Um Oh my god. Um Count as one. Plastic pellet. So why Chemplant recipes? Okay. Chemplant recipes. Why is this being called twice? It worked. I know it worked. Add recipes to handbook. So this naphtha portion, recipes, Chemplant. Being called from add recipes to handbook. And if I hit F5, recipes, same recipes, same thing, same this too. Delegate. Processes into created by. So why is this being called twice? I know what's calling this. But it shouldn't be calling it twice. We have one chemical plant recipe in here. Processes into and created by. So let's go back. Do this again. Okay, it's not triggering. What is T? It doesn't know what T is. It should. Processes into T. Recipes. Chemplant. Heavy oil. Count 3. Okay. Group counts 1. Heavy oil. So now it's in here twice. Why is it calling it twice? Why is it calling twice? It should not be calling it twice. Because this right? This is being called once. I'm not 100% sure why this would be called twice. Right? This is a very basic, like, when you first load, add recipes to handbook, pass in the recipes after you load them. Right? And then we add recipes to handbook. Add recipe processes into. Okay, so required machine is a what? Chemplant. Okay, so we can do a breakpoint here and say when required machine chemplant. Okay. This is called when the game first starts. So it was, for some reason, adding it twice, right?
processes into plus equals this. I think I could be mistaken. Okay. Required machine chem plant. Can I get rid of that, please? Created by cracking. Cracks into. Okay. Processes into. Recipes 0. What? What? Register recipe registry. Recipe registry generic registry or recipe chem plant dot recipes. It's saying there are 0 chem plant recipes. There's 0 all of the rest. Why are all my recipes 0? Why are all those recipes 0? Is this like a new crazy bug that I didn't know existed? Now we have 1 in there. Well, let's see if this is still running. This is struggling. Are we out of... Well, that's out of fuel. That's still going. That's still going. Ooh, yeah. I need to get a bucket. Do I have a bucket? I do. Let's grab some kerosene. Go forth and make me power. There you go. There is some power going in there. Excellent. Okay, yeah. When you run out of, even one of those runs out of power, it's going to drain the whole system. This thing uses basically that many power, but only if they were all using diesel. Right? I put kerosene in there so we get a little extra power per second. We get 1100 power per second instead of 1000. So we get a little extra power, which helps, keep everything on, basically. Okay. I don't know why all of a sudden these are returning 0 recipes. Register recipe registry. It's the funnest object name in the game. Because I know 1.22 recipe registry system. Let's see. API.register recipe registry. Let's see. API. So it's a base API call. So this would be recipe registry generic. Register recipe registry. I know a big change to the recipe system was done. Barrel recipe. That still works. It's almost like this is called before the recipes are actually loaded, right? You can see register metal press, register. Chem plant recipe. I mean, I'm missing a this, but I don't think that would have anything to do. I don't think that would be it. So these are all actually called from the recipe loader. This is what actually brings them in. Load recipes, recipe chem plant. This is the directory. It doesn't matter what the domain is. This is the directory that it looks in, right? Recipes, VE chem plant. So you can have a mod with any domain in your recipes, you could have VE chem plant, and this will try to load them as a chem plant recipe, just like the base game, right? So the grid, the smithing, barrel, that's where this comes from, right? Recipes, VE chem plant, that's the directory that it's going to try to look at recipes, or recipe definitions. So you can, in your mod with your domain, include, those, recipes / whatever, VE creosote oven. And that's why I kind of prefaced them all with VE, because I wanted to make sure you knew where these are coming from. But yeah, this is I'm at a loss, everybody. I don't know why it's double calling that. It's basically calling this twice for some reason. And I don't understand why it's calling it twice. Because it's coming in here, right? And it's hitting this call twice or 6 times or once or 4 or whatever, like however many times you see that duplicated, it's literally calling it multiple times for I don't know what reason. Whether it's maybe if you save and load or whatever more over and over and over again it does it, or if there's a cache problem. I don't understand why this would be called twice. Because it's called when you click on an item and the item comes up. That's when it's all called. It literally builds those pages when you need them, right? It doesn't pre-cache all of that. So that's a weird bug. So any other bugs, or is the mod just completely bug free? Okay. Well, if that becomes a further problem, I might have to reach out to Blue Lightning and just see, like, would he have even an idea of where to look for that, or why that would be being called twice. Now the other bug for pulling fluid out of the bottom, that I wasn't able to replicate. The bug with the component, the multi-block connector, that I was not able to replicate. I've loaded, as you've seen today. I've loaded and gone out and gone back and many times. Oh, I left that up. See, it just called it once, which is, it should only call it once. All right, so here's another reload. This is getting power just fine. Net ID is good. And this thing has got power again. Good. We actually oh, man! We were out of power long enough. My bread spoiled. That's too bad. Oh well. It's a danger of having that thing run out of... When this thing runs out of power, right, the food perish speed goes from a baseline of 0.05, right? It's 0.07 because of probably how warm it is outside. Yeah, it's 37.8 degrees. Oh no, it's 27 degrees. It is impacted by the environment, by the way. So it goes from like 0.07 to like 2. Right? So or 5, or like, it's a high number. So it will spoil your stuff really fast. So an unpowered fridge, if anybody didn't realize this yet, an unpowered fridge is a really good food spoiler if you're actually trying to spoil food. You just place it down, you fill it full of stuff, and then it will spoil really fast. Okay. So these are all good to go. These are starting to get power again. Again, I want to describe this here. When this thing is running, right, it is trying to keep the power in balance. Right? So all of the storage nodes try to balance themselves out. So you'll see jumps because, that's a different sort of system doing that. So this network on this side has got a bunch of generators on it, which have a huge amount of power. And so you'll be able to shove a bunch of power in. Well, this side, right, is only storage nodes. There's no generators hooked up to this thing, right? And so this, when it gets a huge amount of power, is looking to push it into here and balance it out. right? And so the more power in here, the more power gets balanced. But you'll never, if I disconnect these generators, right, and all the batteries are sort of left to their own devices, they will all drain at a percent the same, right? Within 3 or 4 percentages of each other. So these will be like 83%. This could be like 81%. Those will be like 80%, right? And so they'll always be within, roughly 5% of one another. Because this is MV, these hold way more raw power than these. These are 4,000 power. These are 40,000 power, right? And this is 4,000 power. So this is kind of like, in between. It's just how the power works. When you have storage nodes, they try to balance themselves out as best they can. Okay, so I think nobody's let me know any bugs that they've run into. I was kind of looking to fix bugs today, and I haven't been able to replicate a single one. So I'm gonna check my Discord. I just want to see if there is a bug. There's one with the mixer. Let's see. Object. So there's a no ref. Get push into slot on the mixer. So he had to set up. Conclusions that the error is for the machine with multiple item inputs for 2 ingredients plus liquid recipes where it seemingly doesn't know how to place them on the little grid. Yeah, the mixer does need some TLC. Like I put the mixer, like the mixer was in the game or in the mod very early on, before I really had a lot of the other, infrastructure. You know what? I think I have a better tool for this. No, where's my scythe? All those drawers are handy. Yeah, this is my diamond scythe. This is from my flexible tools mod, if in case you didn't know. So the mixer, do I have a mixer? I don't think I have a mixer yet. Let's take away this little guy. Okay. Mixer. Give block engineering BE mixer north. Let me give 2 of those. And apparently I had some on me because it just gave them to me. Okay, so you, and then you can put them on top of a forge for more recipes. That unlocks more recipes. Okay. So the bug, the error is for the machine with multiple item inputs. Nothing coming from 3 to 4 of them. Okay, let me see. Nothing coming from number 3 to number 4. Ran out of hides. So hides via item pipe plus sulfate. Hand hide to machine. This is going to be a while before I'll be able to set this all up. The setup. Manual load sulfur plus saltpeter. Okay. I'm going to need a bit more space for this. Ready? I don't want flowers on me, thank you very much. I'm going to use the bathroom here in a bit. I ran out of dirt. I think I put it all in the drawers. I did. So yeah, I think the Vintage Drawers mod is more or less ready for public release. I haven't heard any feedback, bugs, anything like that with it. Whoa. If you're wondering how I'm flying, everybody, it's my Angel Belt mod. Angel Belt! And I have my item magnet, my torque magnet. So when I drop stuff, yeah. I'm pretty proud of those mods. They're the Angel Belt mod was my first code mod. It taught me how to do code mods, so I'm pretty proud of it. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And before I try to replicate it, I really need to use the bathroom. So I'm going to be right back, everybody. Okay. Now that I can think straight again, and I know I just asked for more because I just poured myself the last of my coffee, so expect at least one more of those. Now let's try. I need to figure out how to replicate this. Okay. Because the whole point of this is to automate this, like stuff like leather making. All right. How many chests do I have? Well, I think the first thing I'm going to need... I don't like you having a stub like that. It's not... What happened to my fluid pump? Did I throw that in a box somewhere? Oh, no, there it is. Fluid pump. Let's see. Now, anybody who is curious, the fluid pump now only works on fluid at or above its position. Okay? So, it is, it may not be the most liked change in the world, but it is what it is. So, we have to do this. And the position is where the basket is. Not this position, but this position down here. Right? So just so you're aware of that. And I think if I do that, yes. So now I need to power this. My World Eater is the greatest ever. I don't know if I'm going to need any water for this process, but I'm going to assume I am. So all right. LV wire. Perfectly safe. I swear. Okay, let's see. What kind of fuel do we have on us? Now, the range, there you can see the water getting pulled. It will drain all of this out because there's not 10,000 blocks, right? So it's 700 blocks, 711, 710, 709. This thing wants 1,200 power per second, by the way, which is a lot. I might have to rebalance that. MB networks are intended to only provide 500. So I might have to draw that down to 500. Just so it's it's an entire MB or LV amount of power. It's really the only way to do that because you can't hook it up to more than one thing. But what I'm doing is getting water, right? That's what I'm actually doing. And I need to eat some more cheese. Where's my cheese? There it is. You know what I really should do is I should spit out a quick trash can. I should just do a trash can because my God, would that be nice? Would be super easy to do. And super handy to just trash random stuff from my inventory. Either that or burn it. Anything in here? Well, yeah. All the plant matter I'll be able to burn. Okay, so this is gonna get me some water. Now, let's go up here. And look at chests. I'm gonna need some more chests. Let's do give block chest east 5. It gave them to me. There it is. So they have, I'm trying to replicate this exactly, and then here, and then here, and here, and I don't see the rest of that picture. Is there? There it is. Okay. So I apologize. Okay, it looks like he's going from right to left, not left to right. Okay, so that's gonna ruin my brain. Each one of these has a shit. Oops. Each one of these has a forge a forge underneath it. Give block vent engineering VE forge north 5. Okay. Ah! There. Thank you. Okay. Now, I don't know if all of these recipes actually need the things in the stuff, but I wanted to replicate it as close to accurate as possible. So that and that and that and that. With that, that, and not that. That needs to be a tank. Let's grab this, which should be full. And we can put another one there. Bingo. And where's my Duvalaki? There it is. Boink. Okay. So, again, I'm just trying to chromite, scrap hides, scraped, beeswax. So the first one is water. My guess is he puts let's look at, I think this was to make hardened leather. Sturdy leather? Sturdy leather. Okay. So this is what he's going after, right? Chromium tanned hide, beeswax. So the chromium tanned hide, okay. Here, there's the scraped hide. And you know, the things, the ingredients I'll just give myself, but chromium sulfate, 2 liters. I made it so it's a little bit better with the machine, obviously. So I'm going to need scraped hides. Let's just do scraped hides large. So give item hide scraped large, 20, whatever. Wait, what? Give item hide scraped large. Tags. What is hide scraped large? Hide. I spelled that right. Scraped large. Oh. Larged. There we go. So that, no, we want to remove that. Remove that. We are going to take you, and you go there, and you go there. Okay, and then let's see. I gotta scroll this over. You and you, 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 and you. Okay. And then you. Okay, now the water into the first one. Here, before I do that, I want to figure out, let's go to the handbook. Hide. Well, sturdy leather. Chromium. So I'm going to need chromium, crushed chromium. So give item crushed chromite. Okay. Which then is sulfuric acid. Which I believe is that has to be the first one, right? Yeah, water plus saltpeter plus powdered sulfur. Saltpeter, powdered sulfur. So give item powder sulfur 50. And then saltpeter 50. Okay. There's just so many things. So saltpeter, sulfur. So one of these steps, I think it's this step here, causes exception. Okay, so industrial mixes into so 1 liter of water plus 1 saltpeter plus 2 sulfur. So the saltpeter, we can have half of those disappear. So 2 to 1, the water is irrelevant. Chromite, that's this one here. Okay. And then the scraped hides are here. And then I don't know what was that? Beeswax. Oh yeah, beeswax. Oh, I happen to have a bunch of that. I don't know why I have a bunch of it, but I happen to have a bunch of it. Beeswax. Woo! There it goes. From slot. From slot.item stack is null. This is inventory mixer. From slot is inventory mixer empty is true. What in the world called this? Item transport handler get push slot. This was the call. Pull from get auto push into slot. Inventory mixer. Okay. It's saying from slot. Oh, go away. Why am I not getting my mouse overs anymore? Like, what? From slot dot item stack. From slot. For some reason, get auto push into slot. First non-empty slot. It's saying, I think it's this one that's throwing the error. Oh my God, wrong one. Add block face north. Which would be that face. Yeah, that's the north face. So this, because there's scraped hides in here. So it's saying from slot is empty. Okay. Return slots of S. If slots of S dot empty. If from slots of S dot empty. If slots of S. I don't understand why this is. It's looking at slots of 0 is beeswax. It's saying from stack is null. Item slot from slot. And if we go back one call, this is what called it. Where's my source? Pull from. Empty true. Let's go back one more. Pull. null. So get pull slot. For some reason, this should have been triggered. Pull is not null. Pull.item stack is null. If pull equals null or pull dot empty. Okay. I don't think I can. Maybe I can. Yeah. So this, I think it was this one. It wasn't this one. It was this one that was erroring because there was something in here, but this is like the pull slot is over here. This is the pull slot, not any of these. Right? So none of those were actually pulls. Let's get some LV wire. $23. Boom. These should all be now 23. This should go in there. I don't know which one of these needs heat. I honestly don't know which one of these needs heat. So we're gonna do 25 of these, 50 of those. Okay. And then we're going to do this. Let's see. Sulfuric acid. I think we can stop this. It's not crafting it, which might mean we need some heat on her. There it is. Okay, now we have sulfuric acid. And I think I need the chromite in here. Okay, I think this one also needs heat. I can never remember, right? I can never remember which one needs heat. So we have now that going. That's making chromite. Which is going over here. Crafting, there's no progress. If there's no progress, right, that means it needs heat. There it is. Sturdy leather. Boom. This one might need a steel pipe upgrade. There it goes. Boom. 30 leather. Nice. That is a fully automated... That is a fully automated system. Now, it's not all backstuffed, but you can see, obviously, the screenshot that I'm looking at, he has labels. These are all labeled chests. So, right in here, he has chromite. Then he's got scraped leather. Then he's got beeswax here. And then over here, you could, right, you could basically use this and use the subnets or filters. You can use the filter right? But that would require an upgrade. The subnet, it's not a filter explicitly, but an extraction node subnet will look for matches on insert node subnets. So now you can right click this and you can enter this. And to show that off, all of these are subnetted, right? So this one here, this outputs diesel, right? So this one I just marked as diesel, and then this one is diesel. And the next one up, outputs heavy oil. So this one's subnet heavy oil. So it is, in that sense, it's a filter. But the what's the word I'm looking for? The comparison is from the extraction node. Does the subnet of the extraction node, is it contained on an insert node? Okay. So enterprising people out there would understand that what that means, right? If you have some inventory and then boom, 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 right? And then you have pipes, boom, 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 boom. And then you have this. Okay. So I'm going to make this subnet A. Okay. Subnet A. This is going to be subnet B. This is going to be subnet AB. And this is going to be subnet AC. And then I'm on this thing, I'm going to insert and turn us into round robin. Okay, with subnet A. So now, where do you think subnet A is going to go? We have a subnet B, we have a subnet AB, and we have a subnet AC. If I put a bunch of junk in here, okay, well that was, yeah, that's going to not, ooh, that's not cool. Subnet B. Mr. Round Robin, you were evil. I need to put something in there that's like, that should not get anything. Why is this? That should not be matching at all. Ugh. Yeah, that's obviously bugged. A this it should not be doing that. I don't know why it is. Do I have a bug on my handler, item pipe handler? Where is my get push slot? Try merge, no. Try put in bulk. Transport tick. Get pull slot. Get push slot. Nearest subnet. Do I not have subnet detection? Holy crap, I didn't put subnet detection on any of my other distribution nodes. How the hell? How did I oversight that? Um, target. Yeah, this one's gonna have to be round robin is a little wacky. Because it's not in a loop. Con array. So get block entity current dot position. Okay, insert nodes. Get block entity. Depice new. Current dot position. I'm gonna make sure I don't, cause problems. Insert nodes. Connection array. Push cons. I'm trying to figure out what I need here. Type insert nodes. Con array of X. What is that object up here? Con array. Push cons dot to array. Push cons dot to array. Can't believe I forgot the subnets on these other distribution nodes. I must have been just happy that they worked with the first one and been like, okay, let's not tempt fate. Int random con push cons con array. Well, current. So current. I could do current dot facing, yeah, dot index. Because this is the random one is just one node. Just give me a random node. I don't need an array of nodes. I just need a random node. Random is very random, so it's, it is what it is. So just get a random node, look at it. If it's the wrong, right? If it's the wrong subnet, skip it and don't do anything. And then the next one comes in, and the next tick comes in, and it does another random node. So it'll just randomly work or not work. It doesn't get a random node until it gets one. It checks one and then bounces if it doesn't exist. So this one here as well, we want to do con array, get rid of that. And then this one would be current. And then this one would be current. Because it's just the one. Yeah. Okay. So now, let's hot reload, see if we can. Good. Let's grab all of these back. Okay. Now, subnet A should only work with these two. Right? So if we drop this and this and this and this and this. None. 3. 2. I'm guessing this one would go in here. Yep. So it skipped this one, right? Because A is not included in this subnet. Now, if we type, like, backwards, okay, if we type backwards, the letter A is in there, right? So if we then take all of these out and move them in here again, okay, now we're going to have stuff in here. Because the subnet of backwards, okay, God, subnet of backwards contains this subnet. Right? And so do these, right? Because they're, AB and AC. But let me take these out. If we then say, okay, I keep trying to click on this. If we look at this, right, there's a subnet that only applies to 2 of these, and that's AC. Because backwards contains an AC, and this one contains an AC. But this one does not. Okay, so if we look at all of these, there's none in there. And if we put all of these in here again, should have some in here, none in here, and some in here. That's how subnets work. They're not filters, but they filter the insert nodes based on what those contain of the subnet of the. So the extraction node is like the master key, and it looks to see any possible match of insert nodes. And I need to eat some cheese again. Because of course I do. So that is essentially how subnets work. Is they will look at all of that. Now, I need to apply that same subnet logic to the fluid networks, because I probably didn't do that at all. Yeah, I've blocked out a bunch of this code now. Oh, that was cold. Oh, that was cold. The last bit was cold. Oh, Lord. So yeah, so the subnet situation here, yeah, we have this, and we don't have it down here. Okay. So we want to copy, paste, and let's go item transport. So that's nearest, farthest, round robin. And random. Okay, that fixes a crazy bug that I didn't even know existed. I like being able to fix bugs like that. Like somebody hasn't even run into that yet, and I already fixed it. So good times. Is this guy? Yeah, I've literally coded every line of code in the Vintage Engineering mod. Believe it or not, I have had zero luck at all working with an AI. They're so bad. They're so bad. I'm like, I've tried little, like, not this project at all, but other little projects. I've just like had little ideas, like small scope, tiny little ideas. Like in my mind, I know exactly how this would be coded, and I just like as a test, I'm like, hey, how good is an AI? And it's so atrociously bad. I don't know how anybody gets anything done. Right? All of these people that are talking about doing these crazy projects and all of this stuff that it does and how flawless it is, I have literally never had that experience ever. So, like, take that how you want, but I've literally never had a nice, awesome, like, experience like that. So, I don't know where all those people are going and what they're using, but it's actually costs more time for me to try to do, because either my projects are like more complex than your average person, or the API knowledge, the context has to use so much RAM that like I'm gated because I'm not a wealthy person and I don't have super high access to like this expensive versions of these things. So I'm just like I can code it faster myself. So yeah, it's I literally like do it all myself. I mean, it can be good for like very, very tiny scoped items, right? Something like create a function that takes a variable like an integer and does something to that integer and outputs, whatever on a curve. Like I want a curve of temperature and I want it on this kind of curve, and I just need a function that does this one little block, right? Then it's good. But doing like a project, like no way. There's not a chance that it would work for something like this. It would be just a nasty rat's nest of code that would probably not work. Okay, so fluid tank is I tested this again. I've tested the like pulling from the bottom of the thing and it works fine. Zelliboba. So I the tank issue I was unable to replicate at all. So yeah, the fluid tank, it works. Pulling stuff out the bottom works. I would have to know more. A lot of times these bugs, like I would love if somebody runs across a bug like that, and you either post it like on the issues tab or in my Discord. Some of these bugs, if I'm not able to replicate them, then I would need somebody to like stream the game so I can watch exactly and be able to walk through like somebody replicating it and allow and have the ability to ask questions on it. That way I could get a better idea of what might be the bug. Or maybe somebody misunderstands how it works and I have to design it better, but or document it better again. But yeah, the tank, there's literally nothing stopping something from the tank itself delivering to the bottom face. So that I don't know what could cause that. I tested it. So this particular bug I'm not able to replicate. Some of the other ones, let's see if I can pull up. No, that's the wrong page. That was my Patreon page. So the issues tab in here, pipe connector position bug. No, not able to replicate. Distillation towers power bug. Again, not able to replicate that. I tried to replicate that. That it, like, I don't understand why it would break it, but eliminate the EP mod from that equation and test that, because I'm not able to replicate it. Now, if it's a server, that's like, if it's a dedicated server, that might be something to investigate. Issue 94, that I already responded to, and the guy hasn't, the person hasn't responded in a month to that, so I'm assuming they don't want it fixed. This one, crashing electrical entities, no one trying to initialize network. This one, I'm gonna just start closing these. Like, I responded to this June 11th, and nobody has responded to it. Server freezes when a player builds too many transfer pipes and chests in one chunk and teleports there. I was not able to replicate this as well. Yeah. So all 5 of these bugs, either A, I was not able to replicate, or C, they just haven't responded in weeks. So there's no way that I can sort of track those down if nobody actually spends 5 minutes helping figure out what's going on. But anyway, the system should work pretty well. Now I do need to kind of play through the game again on a dedicated server, so I can test all of the things on a dedicated server. But yeah, this was able to work just fine. now, I mean, yeah, I had to actually get it going, but did we run out? 20 portions, 49, 106, 51. This was gasoline. Yeah, this thing guzzles the power. So just it guzzles the power. But it produces quite a lot of good stuff. So it is what it is. Now we're down to 1343. That's diesel. So let's take a look. I've gotten another. I think I fixed it, but let's look. Save and leave. I want to look at the fluid generator. Let's see. How many liters? There it is. So this is saying it's 800 liters, which is 80,000 portions. 800 liter tank. That's a lot. But should we lower that to like 80 liters? Like how big should the internal tank of the generator be? Right? A bucket holds 10 liters. Now, if I lower this and somebody has one of these in their world, that might void some fluid. But 800 liters is quite a lot. 80,000 portions. A portion burns for, let's just baseline it diesel fuel. I think a portion, I think it's standard. 5 seconds, yeah. So 5 seconds as a portion. So 80,000 liters or 80,000 portions times 5 seconds. That's 400,000 seconds divided by 60. That is a lot. Divide again by 60. No, not times 60. Divided by 60. And then divided by 60. That's 111 hours. Yeah, that's too many. That's 111 hours of real time, by the way. That's real time hours. A full tank of a fluid generator will last. Okay. So what would 50 liters do? 50 liters would be 5,000 portions. Okay, times 5 seconds per portion, divided by 60. divided by 60. So that is just shy of 7 hours. I'm gonna nerf it. I have to. 50 liters will be more than enough to last a very, very, very long time. Now remember, a bucket is 10 liters, right? That's 1,000 portions. That's going to last you a while. So yeah, if you want, if you have a fluid Jenny that has much, much more than 50 liters in it, or 5,000 portions, you are going to want to burn that down. I don't know if there's a way to extract it. I don't know if I did that. Let me see. Fluid generator, get auto push into slot. I could potentially add where's my get auto find matching, there it is. So get auto pull from slot. Why do I have this twice? Get auto push into slot. So this is the base game. This is the Vintage Engineering interface. Okay. What references this? So what I want to do, I want to go in here and I want to check that. But from slot, I need to check that. Okay. From slot.empty, from slot blah blah blah, return null. If collectible is item liquid fuel, right, then it's valid. If it's not, then return null. Now I can come down here. Instead of doing all of that twice, Um, get liquid auto push into slot. Face from slot. Right. Item slot liquid only is an item slot. So it's going to return the same thing. But this one is the call. This one is the one that I wanted to make sure that we had. So now you can pull from the thing. I know it doesn't really help a lot of people if they have crazy amounts of fuel in those things. So again, you're gonna want to drain it out, or at least let it run until it's below 50 liters or 5,000 portions. You want to run the generators so it's under 5,000 portions. Okay, so that addresses the process of taking a fuel out. So let's test that. Believe it or not, I do test my mod. You know, the bugs that people find, the weird combinations of things, you know, those are edge cases that, I mean, it's really hard to test every possible combination of everything. So, you know, there are bugs that are found and I try to address and fix. But I do test. Like, I do actually test. Storage only has a mismatch. Okay, so there was a... Let's go to output here. Did that dump into here? Well, it looks like I've got some null texture references in the chemical plant still. Dang it. I'm not seeing any. My rock sniffer void upgrade lead, really? Textures block lead. Void upgrade vintage drawers. Did they move the lead texture? What was it? Oh yeah, I was checking these. So 667 portions. 666. 665. Yes, it is able to pull it out. And then this should drop. There it goes. Bringing it back up again. 26 portions, 80 portions. So let's go look at LPG. Just want to see if yeah, you can see the input 1%. It should be way more than 1%. Save and leave. So we can empty it, but now something is resetting the inventory size. Somewhere in this code. Maybe in the initialize? There's the item slot, blah, initialize. Ah! Blocks, multi-block, fluid generator. $50. So you could, if you update and if you have generators that are over that, you can set this temporarily back to 800, load the game, drain them out, right? Just extract all the fluid from all of your generators, go back, set this back to 50, right? Save, load the game back again, then it should recalculate everything and it won't void anything because there won't be more than what could actually be held. Which I don't know what would happen, right? The 800, where the 800 liters came from is I actually searched around to look for like industrial generators, right? There's the electric balance at tick power mismatch of 3,400 power. Yeah. Storage only electric rebalance tick. That was a big power mismatch. So you can see now it's 20%, right? Because 1,000 portions is 20%. 13. Oh, that one's empty. Oops. So now when you load them, we can grab some diesel. You can see 20%. You have diesel. You have more diesel. It didn't go in there. I clicked this one. It didn't go in there because that has LPG. So that's why it didn't go in there. So there's some more portions in there. 993, 660. Okay, good. All right. So now they have quite a bit, like less than a tenth of the storage, but it should allow you to daisy chain like round robin, and fill them up. My recommendation would be having a bank of those where you're pulling off, right? You're pulling off diesel and that's going into, 3, right? Round robin 3. And then you have, kerosene going into some, you have gasoline going into a couple, naphtha you can crack and make plastic with that, and then LPG, you don't get a lot of this, right? But you could have that going into 1 or 2, or you could just have that going into another tank that you take off site, because LPG is the best. It's the bestest, right? You get the most power per second from the generator with LPG. So if you're looking to power, say, one of these, right? Two generators with LPG will be more than sufficient to power one of these, which is 2,000 power per second. And then you could even get more than that from two generators. You would get like you'd get 2,600 power, right? So you'd have 600 power per second extra that you could use with other things, or have, if you happen to have a rare situation where you have two spouts right next to one another, then you've like hit the jackpot. All right, our water is good to go. Let's drain the rest of this out. I just kind of want to see what happens. It's the base game is like, what are you doing? There's no more water. They're now dry. You think it would pop? You think these would like detect, hey, there's no water around anymore, but apparently they don't. The way this thing calculates what to take is based on distance. So it goes out, I think the radius is something like 32 blocks or something like that. Okay. I just want to see. We've pulled now 2 full tanks of water out of that, which was 512. Right? That was 512 water. And I think it said there were 700 something. Yeah, see, it's 144 remaining. So that tank should grab the rest of that. And we're not able to. Let's address that now. Let's go to diesel, crude, plastic, cracking, fluid. Okay, so now we want to go LV pump. VE pump. I'm going to lower this to 500. That is the max LV amount that you can get. Or that you should be able to get. Again, I did the pump 3 years ago. So the mod has progressed quite a bit since then. And remember, the pump now only looks at fluid source at its position or higher. Because there's a fundamental base game behavior that the bottom, like if a fluid, the way that the fluids are calculated, if a block has a source block next to it and above it, right, it will turn into a source block. So you need to, like when you drain bodies of fluid, and that's to fix the bug where World Gen puts a bunch of water blocks, but there might be gaps, right? So it's just one of those, like, if there are gaps, then it fills them in as source blocks. Well, that causes a problem if you're pumping from the top down. The bottom couple layers are always going to be fluid. There's no way to drain the fluid, and that's what I was running into. So that's why I had to change the behavior of the pump. So if you go to like the lowest spot, you would be able to and there it is. And it's out. 0 blocks remaining. completely drained that lake. Now, there is still a thing where if there are over 10,000 blocks, right? If it hits 10,000 blocks found, it will treat it as an infinite source. So, and I don't know if I have yet to do that and have literally like a blacklist to see, if I exclude oil in that, because yeah, it would be a problem if you got infinite oil from a well. So let's peek at that now. Okay, so we changed the pump to be 500 power per second. Let's look at the block entity for the pump. I'm semi-sure that I actually detect. It was just. Try push into tank, get forward, get check for fluid, get fluids. Fluid type. Push, no. Yeah, I'm not doing that yet. Fluid positions. To check dot count. Okay, what calls this? So 10,000 blocks. Do I have a Boolean? If fluid positions dot count is equals 10,000, return, which is returning from the walk blocks. Clear is infinite. Okay, so what we want to do is if fluid positions dot count, where do I check which fluid it is? Liquid block below. Okay, so this is a pretty basic. I wrote this code a very, very long time ago. Like a very long time ago. Yeah, liquid code, fluid type, block below, dot liquid code. I set the fluid type. So, if fluid positions that count is greater than or equal to 10,000 and fluid type does not equal crude oil. Okay. So a wider array of a blacklist would go here, right? I would have to have a call that says, "Hey, is the fluid type like blacklisted?" And I would have to do like a config value to be able to set that so a server can control, right, whether or not, because right now what would happen is with this, it would say, hey, if it's crude oil, it's not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to pump an infinite amount of it. But if it's water, you can, and if it's lava, you can, which was my original intent, to getting someone to actually move, 10,000 blocks of lava, or something, or finding a pool that's lava is really hard to find in like big amounts. It is really hard to find. So, which is weird, because I wanted to use it as like a crafting material, but it's kind of hard to find. So crude oil, let me see what liquid block types here. There it is. Liquid code. Crude oil. Yep. So crude oil is the block code, which is what this thing is checking. Right? Fluid type is right here. Block liquid code. So that's where once we find 10,000 of it, right, it's fine. Liquid level 7, which is the height. The flow doesn't really matter, right? It can be a south, right, or a down, but it's still a 7, which is a source block, right? So it's still is like, it's just not moving. And all that does is render the, moving textures and stuff, as well as some particles. Okay. So that takes care of the potential for crude oil. Because the is infinite should never be true with crude oil, regardless of how many fluid positions there are. Okay. That fixes that little bug. Anything else I need to look at? Somebody out there throw me something to look at. The LV generator, by the way, I'm thinking of nerfing it again. Now that we have other power available, the LV Gen is basically a Stirling generator, and it was supposed to be like very, very basic. You needed you would need a couple to run a machine, like very, very basic. Obviously, like the alternator is the better supply of power. Especially now that you have water wheels, and water wheels have now thrown a wrench into the gearbox a little bit. Proverbial speaking, proverbial wrench in the gearbox, because the water wheel Let's see if there's a water wheel. So the water wheel BE behavior checks the water. Check water. That's actually an on tick. You are ticking. I don't know how often. There it is. Register. Yeah. So every second, it's looking at the water. Requires min flow speed as 1.5. Diameter is 3. On shape changed. BE block entity behavior constructible. On shape changed. Shape equals shape. I don't know what on shape change is. Replace rapid water. I don't know what that does. But check water. Number of points. Get block side. Somebody's done quite a lot of work in here. Water block. Get flow speed. I don't know where flow speed comes from. Wow, there's a ton of code in. Remember, this runs once a second. All of this code runs once a second. All it does is check the water to make sure it's not changed. So once you place it and you just walk away, it's still running this once a second and doing all of this calculation. You'd think they would do it when a neighbor block change, when something around it changes, you would think that would trigger it, but no, it's like once a second. It's validating the water. So what is the how much how much torque does this actually produce? Wheel is blocked. Stage. You must have to build it in stages. That's what I'm looking at here. I have not built one yet. This dot torque factor. Okay. Flow rate. So flow rate is the torque factor. Target speed. Flow rate. Flow rate and torque factor are the same thing. Target speed, okay, is the minimum value of either 0.3 or flow rate. Flow rate is just flow rate. That must be in check water. Flow rate. So the torque factor is the flow rate. Flow rate. Flow rate greater than 0. Yeah. So your flow rate here, math.absolute moment times 750. moment. Radius. Oh my God. Vector 3F dot normalize dot cross product with this dot, I don't even know, dot product. God Lord. That is just, that's hard on my brain. So yeah, the flow rate, I don't know how to calculate that or how to look at that, but somebody basically said the alternator, which would be block entity electric kinetic, is both the generator and the alternator. It's the same. It's the motor, I should say. The motor and the alternator. It's the same. It's the same block entity. This is the only thing that determines whether it's a generator. So the torque, so if it's an alternator, it's pulling that torque value. And somebody said that a water wheel with 5 power blocks, so 5 flowing blocks around the water wheel, so best case scenario, you have perfect distribution of water, can power 4 alternators. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm open to ideas. If that's fine, because I balanced the alternator, the power, the optimal power and speed around one wind generator, the old wind generators, at basically a normal windy day, right? Not stormy windy, not calm, basically like a 0.5 on the wind. Right, between 0 and 1, a 0.5 of a wind, with one generator equals one alternator. So the water wheel, then, if that is running true, 5 power blocks on the water wheel means a single water wheel with optimal flowing water would be worth 4 wind generators with medium power or medium wind, and that's nonstop. That was just constant. I mean, that is a huge amount of power. The the water wheels are very overpowered when it comes to consistent power, because I would imagine the water wheels are straight up just constant power, whereas the wind, ebbs and flows. So I don't know if there's not really much I could do to nerf the alternator, because if I increase the amount of torque it requires, then that would require more wind generators per alternator. And if people are if they think that's fair, then I can do that, but I don't want to go too far off the rails here, because everybody, has systems and stuff built into their worlds, and if they update the mod, I don't want to just completely hose the balance of things. So I do try not to. So what else? Anybody have any other bugs? Anything else you want me to look at? Balance wise, I can look at the recipe for let's look at the recipe for the metal press, the nails and strips. I know that I've gotten a lot of okay, so nails, tin, bronze get 9 with a variable of 1. So you can get either 8, 9, or 10 nails and strips from a plate. Okay. Let's see what the base game. Nails and strips. Smithing gives you 8. And you can get either 9, 8, 9, or 10 with machine. So I've addressed that. So that's good. So I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Okay. So, um, if we wanted the whole recipe thing, I have no idea if that's going to continue being a problem. Block entity openable container is what we need to be. See if I can spit one of these out real quick. Let's see, where is the mono creator? I don't even know which one is the latest. So new, we want to do 8 1, 8, 4, 4, 4, and 4. Okay. Save it as I'm not trying to rename it. Vintage shapes block trash can. Okay. Bottom plate. Okay, and now let's try to get we want 12. Maybe 13. Okay. Face north. We're gonna duplicate that. We're gonna go face south. Oh, Jesus. That scared me. Thank you for the sub. I can't see your name. I can't see the name. Najark? Whew, that scared me. Was not expecting that. Okay. So we have this. Okay. Let's go back up to north. We're going to duplicate that again. This is going to be west. We're going to bring this up to 1 because then we want to go out. We want to go back. Now we want to shrink it. Well, we don't want to shrink it. And I'll show you why in a second. Right? And then we're going to duplicate that, and this is going to be east. Like that. Okay. Okay. Now for the party trick, let's go up to the north face. Look at our red, right? There's our red west east axis. So we're going to come down here and we're going to rotate around the red, not 22.5 degrees, maybe like 10 degrees. Okay. How about 5? 5 degrees. I don't want it to be too crazy. Okay. Then we look at our south face. Now we need to shuffle the origin over, right? We need to shuffle it down a little bit to there. And then we rotate it 5 degrees. and then we go west, and now we're on the blue axis, and I think we go 5 degrees. And then the east, we need to shuffle it down 2, and we need to go minus 5 degrees. Okay. So that gives us a little bit of a taper, right? Now the corners are going to be tricky because, you know, this we can have weirdly shaped polygons in here. The tessellation engine of the game is really based on cubes, right? It's all it works with. So we're going to have to sort of suspend our disbelief a little bit. This has to be back 1. Let's bring him up. So now we want both red and blue. Can we go minus 5, minus 5? Oh, that has to be plus 5. Okay. So you can see there's a little sliver, right? There's a little sliver right there. So we can bump it up like that. It's not going to be perfect, but it's at least going to cover that gap. Okay. So then we want to take, this is going to be corner, this is going to be northwest, and we're going to copy that. We're going to go, now we're going to move that here. We're going to take, we'll make this 0, 0. We got to move the origin. That's why it's not behaving. The origin is where it's rotating around. So we have to take the origin there plus 2. 2. Okay. And now we should be able to rotate it 5. Oh, God, I hate when I fat finger a key and it just does weird shit. And then minus 5. Okay, why did that not work? Because it's sticking out. There we go. Okay. Then let's take this one again, copy it. We're going to go southwest. Let's clear our rotations first. Right? And then move it down. Okay. And now we need to move it back 2. We need to set this there. To get the origin and all of that in the right spot, because that corner is where we're rotating around, and that's the important spot. And so we have 5 degrees there and 5 degrees there. What I could do is like 5.1, 5.2, 2. Make sure that's still closed that gap. Maybe 5.1, 5.2. I like how I say 2, but I hit 5. That's nice. The reason is Z fighting. I don't want Z fighting, so I needed this to pop out a little bit. I can't. There we go. 5.1. 5.1. Otherwise, the corners would Z fight, which they are already doing. Okay. And then I'm going to take, I've already got that one highlighted, so let's do this. This is going to be southeast. So let's go 0 here, 0 here. I just like to be zeroed out. Position. Like that. Okay. And then give me a little bit of space. Good to go. I mean, I could move it down a tiny fraction, right? I could move it down like that, but I like whatever. It is what it is. Texture wise, Lord, not really 100% sure how we want to tackle that. Do I have any textures that even come close to being what I need is like vertical, like metal vertical stripes. Like this. Sheet metal? Maybe. Let's look at this face first and go image, import, vintage story, textures, block. Oh, not vintage engineering. Vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, textures, block, multi-blocks, sheet metal, apply. Let's do copy, north, paste, west, disable, down, disable, east, disable, up, paste. like that. Okay. And this can go down to here. There. Nice little face there. Unfortunately, when I copy, right, it doesn't copy like the actual useful information. So I can paste, right, but I need to paste and paste and paste and then disable all these other ones. And then set these. So this is going to be 3.5, I think 12. 3.5, 12. 3.5, 12. Okay. Wait, what just happened? I have no idea what happened. West. So it's east, west, and up. I might have to bump that out. So these work. For some reason, this is like derpy, so I'm gonna have to look at that. And the up, obviously, I need to rotate that and bring you in like that. Okay. We'll look at those in a second. North enabled, down enabled, south enabled. So, oh man. East, paste, west, paste, up, paste, 90. Okay. So now we need to look at why that why this one is not bumped out. Position. Point 0.05. 3.95. Yeah, Z fighting is, is the bane of any modelers. Okay, so this one needs to be there. There. Cat, what do you... Just because I get up and use the bathroom, she's like, oh, it's time. It's time to do other things. No, it's not. Okay, so the bottom plate, I think I might have to move these down a little bit. What does that do to the top? I might have to bump it up one. So bump it down one, bump it up one. Just so it looks like that. Not perfect, but it's a trash can, like literally. So it's whatever. Bottom plate. Face image import. And then I want light gray. What I'm on north face, I want light gray. Apply. Okay, so I'm going to copy east, south, and west, but up, apply, and copy and paste. So up, going to be generic, but the bottom, give it like a sort of a feel. I mean, how many people are going to stare at this thing from the bottom? Probably not many. So it is what it is. So we're going to copy this and we're going to see what this looks like. Paste, 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 disabled. Okay. Do this, paste, clear, disabled. I'm holding control, by the way, or no, shift. Yeah, it's shift. Clear, disabled. Trash can. Okay, now, do we want a lid on this? Like, is that a thing that you want? Like, do we really need one? Let's do this. We're gonna go cube, position. Let's go 3 and 3. 10, 10. So 2.5, 2.5, 11, 11. Okay. And then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it all along. And then we're going to do lid base and then new. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Another cube. Back. Okay. It's got to be just simple. I'm not I'm not going to go overboard on the detail. As far as the face goes, I'm fine with that texture. I don't think it needs anything other than that. But we can do clear the down and disable it because it's not going to be seen. Now, there is something to be said for an opening animation, right? If we look at the chest, like the base game chest, let's open another instance of this and just, let's just hope that the thing doesn't crash. I'm just going to hope for now. We're going to go users. Come on, stop trying to rename shit, please. App data, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, blocks. Oh no, I need shapes. Shapes, block, wood. Chest. Wow, it has its own normal. No, not save. I wanted to open. Oh. Damn it. I used the wrong. How did I do that? Oh, man. We gotta do all that over again. Vintage story. Assets, survival, blocks, wood. I was wondering why it was like weird, but okay. Chest labeled? It's not what? Is this, I think this is the same version. Open. Chest. What? Why is it not able to open the base game chest shape? God. Roaming. Vintage story. Assets. Survival. Shapes. Block. Wood. Oh, was I looking in the wrong? I was. Damn it! Shapes. Block. Wood. Chest. That's why it was error. It was like, it's like, this is not a shape. That's just, instead of the exception that is thrown, it should be like, this isn't a shape, dude. Like, that would have been more helpful. Okay, so what I'm looking for, right? This is all well and good. What I was actually looking for was this. Lid open. Okay. Lid open. Which is just a rotation. It's just a rotation transform. Keyframe transform. Okay. So lid open. That's kind of bland on the top. I might like up image apply. Do that instead. Give it a little bit of shenanigans there. Okay, so we want to go keyframe, add. We want to go lid open, new, lid open. On activity stop. On activity ended. Hold. Rewind. I don't even know. Lid open. Okay. I'm gonna have to. Let's see if I can. Lid open, rewind, hold. On activity stop, rewind and hold. Okay. Hey, I actually randomly picked the right things. That's pretty amazing. So what do we want to do here? So let's do a keyframe of a rotation and position. Okay. And then dial this across. We want a rotation and position again. And we're going to bring this back and rotate it like this. Right? So we go this. You open it up and then you close it. Now I could maybe rotate a little bit to the side. Right? There's your animation. Okay. Save it. Save it. Good to go. We have ourselves a trash can. See? That only took like a half an hour. Pop that thing out. Oop. I keep hitting a key or something and it keeps doing some duvalekis with me. So when it's open, you can see inside of it. Now I could obviously I could model a bunch of refuse in there if you know, it is what it is. But that's just extra cubes that it has to tessellate. So, you know, it's just more work. Okay, now we have the trash can. What I want to do is essentially copy blocks wood chest. I'm going to copy the chest. I want a starting point that's just good. So vintage engineering trash can. And now we overhaul it. Chest class, entity class. This is going to be in here it's going to be BE trash can. BE trash can. Reinforceable. This is going to be trash can. Inventory class name trash can. Types. Okay. This is where we don't need all of the things. We don't need this. Don't need this. Rotatable interval. Interesting. Are these from a behavior? Look at all the things in here. What are lockable container, boatable generic type container? Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb and say these are not going to be boatable. Okay. All of these star 22.5 degree, not 45 degree. How about yes? You know, if you want to get fancy with it, rotatable interval. I honest to God, I don't know what that does. Drop star quantity slots 1. Literally a single slot. But it's going to be a special one. Dialogue title, we're going to go star. No. Storage type 189. Retrieve only star. Change into when empty. Shape. Block trash can. I'm pretty sure I put that in the shapes. Block trash can. Now the open sound, I think I want to change to some sort of metallic sound, but for now, I want to get it working. Variant group side. Variant group inventory. I don't know what this does. Behaviors lockable and container. That's, well, lockable. I mean, it's a freaking trash can container. I'm assuming that this container is where most of this in here comes from. Right? So if I look at block entity container, which is what the actual original was, block entity container or something like that. Block entity container. No, it couldn't be this. This is an abstract class. So what is chest in here? More. That's recipes. Really? I don't have... I could have sworn I opened this file. Generic typed container. Entity class. Yeah. Block entity generic typed container. Yeah, iRotatable. I think iRotatable is... I'm going to have to move this over to another monitor. Yeah, this right here is, I think, where the iRotatable comes from. Animatable. There's their side. Creative inventory stacks by type. Good lord. Creative inventory stacks by type. I don't even know what to put in here. I don't do creative mode. I just don't. East. Cat. What do you want, huh? Lap Goblin. Say hi. No. She gets shy when she gets a microphone in front of her. Star East. I don't know why East is like the normal one. For me, North is always like the standard. Like, is this... I'm not familiar with this creative inventory stacks. This has got to be a new tag or a relatively new tag. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Okay. Where's my shape? Why do you put no comments in JSON, people? Normal generic size. Must declare textures so they get added to the texture atlas. They don't automatically get added to the texture atlas? Is that what you're telling me? Oh. This is new. not combustible. Sounds. So block planks. What is that sound? Metal door. Place. So if we go, instead of block planks, oh, there's no open? Place, hit, break, walk. Where's the open sound? Come on. Paste the whole thing. Walk. There's no metal walk sound. Okay. I will double quote all this stuff later. Literally have to go in here and just do this. Right. Partial attachable. Default type. North, I guess. Loose, I don't know what, like, I hear the purrs. They're adorable. Well, we do this every day. Every day. This is her routine. Chest north. God damn it. Attributes. I don't need any attributes on it. Yeah, I think that's essentially it. Other than the crazy errored out JSON that the game spits out. One of these days. Oh, there's the open sound. Typed open sound. Why do you have things in here twice? Behaviors. Yeah, this is the unknown variable. I haven't ever I haven't dove into like what this behavior means. I'm assuming most of these attributes are related to that. Okay. So BE trash can is my entity. Class block generic type container. Okay. And there she goes. So, yeah. Any of my null faces should be enabled false. And I wish there was a command to do that automatically, but there isn't. Okay, so back into the code, right? We have a bunch of stuff that we may or may not need, but this rotatable. Okay. So this gives me a couple different things that I have to use, this interface. On transformed. Oh man. How goes progress? Progress is good. I fixed a few bugs. Now I'm just implementing a trash can because, yeah. I'm going to need private float mesh angle. Oh, that's not a float. Oh my god. Renderer wrote equals new. Thank you. Jesus. Renderer wrote dot y equals value times, and this is a 57.2957776f. I'm assuming this is taking it's basically a difference between radians and degrees. Remember, the rotation is 22.5 degrees, right? So the angle times 50, like whatever this is, I don't even know. Dialog title language code. Dialog title language code. would be trash can. Let's do trash can title. And go in here. Okay. Come on, lang dot lang dot get. I mean, surely you know that lang is API config. Get or set. Oh. Well, yeah. Lang dot. Why is lang not in here? I'm sorry, but why is this not in here? Lang dot. It's literally right here. What the hell is going on? Return. Whoa! Oh, you know what it is? Lang.get dialog title language code. The return was implied. This is a getter, right? This is just assume it's just a get. So the return was superfluous. That, man, my brain was not liking that at all. Okay, so override inventory. This dot inventory. Private inventory base, well, inventory generic inventory. Okay. Inventory class name. Trash can. Then come in here. Inventory class name. Okay. Now, private block entity animation util animutil get be behavior animatable if behavior does not equal null, return behavior dot anim util return null. Not really sure why it's all grayed out, but whatever. Now we get into like more friendly stuff here. Most of this is just kind of rote stuff. Right. One of the reasons why I'm trying to use the chest is it automatically generates the GUI. And that's kind of what I want. Right? I want it to generate the GUI. So now we're going to do override initialize. And we are going to do somewhere in here. Yeah, base.initialize goes down a ways. So the JSON object attributes equals base.block.attributes. No, what are you doing? Dot attributes. Literally never done that. Why are you not liking this? System.text. No. JSON object. This. If there are any vintage engineering devs out there, you need to fix that. You named this object the same. It's the same thing. JSON object. Why couldn't you just do VS JSON object? Why did you have to name it the exact same name of the thing that ships with the .NET framework? That is the cause of many probably people not enjoying themselves. String, well, the hell kind of weird. Okay. Default type. Yeah, see, this is where default type north. I don't care about the default type. Yeah, I don't care about the default type. There is no reason why default type has to be in there. Where is this used at? I have no idea. Default type. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to include any of that BS. Like I just don't think I need it. So I'm gonna avoid it for now. If inventory equals null. Really? I have a separate init inventory? Oh man. God damn it. God, stop doing that. That is a crazy, crazy. um. God. This dot type. Yeah. Collision box, selection box. Literally, like collision selection boxes based on the type. Collision selection boxes on the attributes. And again, I close the damn chest. Yeah, this. This dot type. But it only sets it for the owl and the golden. That's the only one that sets it for. The rest gets set down here. Somewhere. Where is it? Jesus. It's just a chest, everybody. There should be, yeah. So this code, it's just completely pointless. Completely pointless. Block.attributes. Yeah, I don't need any of this stuff. So, inventory. Well, inventory class name I'm already set. That's just hard coded. Dialogue title language code. I'm pretty sure I have in here. Yeah, dialog title language code. Right, trash can title. And I have it set in here. But if I wanted to ever change that, dialog title language code equals Vent engineering plus block.attributes of dialog title language code dot as string dialog title language code. Right? So it sets it if it exists. If it doesn't exist, right, it'll change the default value to the one that I set. So I could then do that. Because I'm setting the domain. This is setting the domain. So it's going to look in my mod for that string. And then it'll just build that on there. Okay. So now we set quantity slots, generic typed container. Quantity columns, retrieve only, no. Doesn't matter. Typed open sound, typed close sound. I don't know. Open sound, close sound. I don't think we need typed. We don't need those. Inventory generic. Okay. So now that just sets the dialog title. Basically all that does. Now we do inventory equals new inventory generic one slot null, null, and null. Inventory.base weight equals 1. On get suitability. All right, now we have where we're splitting here. So get auto pull from slot. No, I want to do public. Get auto pull from slot block facing at face. Return null. Public item slot. Get auto push into slot. This is going to be at facing item slot from slot, if I remember right. Okay, so we do inventory dot on get auto pull from slot equals new get auto pull from slot inventory dot on get auto push into slot equals new get auto push into slot delegate get auto push into slot. And that's right. I got that right. Return inventory of 0. Okay. So what we're doing is saying you're not going to be able to, this is a trash can. You're not going to be able to pull from it, but you are going to be able to push into it. Right? So it doesn't matter what direction it is, you're going to be able to push stuff into it. And it will just void it the moment it enters. And that we'll get to that in a second. The spoil speed, none of that stuff is relevant. We don't care. Apparently we have to do this .container.reset. I don't know what that does. There's no documentation. Again, this is why I referenced the base game code, because there's almost no documentation for any of this stuff. Like this in-world container, I don't know what any of that does. The transition speed and spoil speed, we don't need to do anything about that. Put locked inventory dot put locked take locked called by item slot. If true, player cannot take items. No, we're not. It's not put locked or take locked. Inventory dot on inventory opened plus equals inventory dot on inventory closed plus equals. Okay. Now we do protected virtual void. I think. Yeah. On inventory opened. Now we need another call. God, it's just nonstop. All right, an open lid is essentially exactly the same. I even named it. I even named the damn animation the same. Animutil. This dot animutil. Animutil. Does not equal null. What are you doing? Like, why would you do that twice? It's so funny. It's like grab the anime. This is what I'm looking at. grab the animutil. If it's not null and animutil blah 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 contains key, right? Then go in here and grab it again. It's the same object. Right? It's the same object. So you shouldn't have to like grab it again. Oh, here's another copy of it. Start animation. There we go. Close lid. Now we gotta do a close lid. These are public, by the way. Oh, it's weird, but okay. So let's do public, virtual. No, Jesus, virtual void close lid. Same kind of, well, this is not as bad. But again, we do the same, we do it again. Like, it's just bizarre. Okay. So it opens, it holds, and then stop animation, it rewinds. Right? So there's the open and close the lid. Okay. So we come back to on inventory opened. The base, this may actually, hopefully, maybe possibly trigger something. Lid open entity ID. I have no idea what that is, but on inventory opened. Well, we'll see. I'm not seeing any reference to a dialogue quite yet. So we have on inventory closed. So that's inventory opened. Pretty straightforward. Protected virtual void on inventory close. iPlayer player base dot on inventory closed player. You notice how I'm not overriding the base call. I'm adding my own. Right? I'm adding my own thing to that, and I'm calling the base. I don't really know if I have to call the base, but I'm calling the base anyway because that's what the code shows me. Lid open entity ID. Okay. I just want to copy all of this and see what we have to change because there's probably a bunch of stuff I have to change. Lid open entity ID is part of the block entity openable container. That's something I didn't know existed. Okay, what are we doing in here? Change into an empty. Okay. So this, right? This is what's triggered when you like take out everything from like a collapsed chest and then it just breaks. So I don't need any of this. Yeah, I don't need any of this. Yeah. Okay. And then put locked. We don't care. GUI dialog block entity. This is inventory dialog. Inventory dialog. It was null. Wait. This inventory dialog equals null. If Inventory does not equal null and is opened. Try close. Try dispose. Okay. That's weird. Inventory dialog. I'm trying to make this like a generic thing. Inventory dot on slot on item slot modified. Somewhere in here, I'm going to need to figure out where that is. Okay, so where's the inventory open code? Block entity container open. This is like new code. Like this is subtly different than what it was before. Okay, so this looks like it's a open container lid packet. That's what's triggering here at 5001. Okay, so let me take this. I don't care about creative. Oh, come on. Don't do that. This is a weird... You could just do API.side. You don't have to look at the world. Block entity inventory. Quantity columns. 1. Inventory. Inventory. Yeah, see, there's the open inventory. This is what opens it to the player. Open container lid packet. No idea what changes that, but I'm hoping. This just works. I'm hoping. Oh, Lord, look at all the... Do I really want all of this code on transformed? There's a bunch of code in here that is for the fact that it's rotatable at 22.5 degrees. Okay. So we have all of the things. Block generic typed container. It is that. Attributes, random text number. Oh my God. What is that? Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb and say none of this garbage. Like, this is insane. Just to make it rotatable. I'm it's a trash can, for Christ's sakes. Like, no, none of that. None of that. Like, that's insane to me. Partial, I don't even know what this is. Reinforceable drop. I quantity slots. The container behavior, that's what I'm worrying about. So yeah, none of this garbage. Open lid, close lid. Where is my get block info? That's base call. I don't need to do anything with that. Allow traverse. That's fine. Where is the open this broadcast entity packet here? So I'm guessing if we go a level up, block entity openable container. This might have on received client packet. Okay, that's just 1,000 and 1,001. So we're sending a 5001 ID, right? We're sending this packet, which is also sending on this. So I'm guessing we have to go up one more block entity container. Or maybe not. There is no, okay. So how about block entity? On received client packet is just looking at behaviors. Okay. So what then picks up the block entity packet of 5001? I might be able to find it with a search. If I just search for numbers or strings. Block behavior container. Aha. Okay. On received client packet. Block entity openable container. No, that's sending it. $5,000 open. I don't know where this is picked up. This 5001 packet ID is somewhere. It looks like it's received server packet. Okay. So it's on the client side. That kind of makes sense. So the client picks up packet ID 5001. This is, again, block entity openable container, which is our base class. Right, so it grabs the container packet, which is sending data, which is serializing basically the current information. Generic container open lid, generic container closed lid. So it's doing it twice. This packet on the client is picking that up and it's calling open lid. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I would like to then grab a block behavior container. Block entity openable container. Now I want to look at where do I grab, let's see, the initialize. Inventory dot position equals position. Okay. If inventory equals null, init inventory base dot or this block. Okay. I was looking at this so basically all I need here but what is this late init inventory? Where does this get called? What is calling late init inventory? Is it from tree attributes? Let me actually look. Late init inventory. Analyze. Used by. Oh, on block placed. Block entity generic typed container. On block placed. So we have an on player right click override on block placed. Oh Lord. Well, no, let's do that. No. if by item stack does not equal null, question mark, by item stack dot attributes colon null does not equal null. Init inventory base dot block late init. Oh, I have to actually write it. Public virtual void late init inventory. Yeah. So then come down here, on block placed, late init inventory. Inventory dot late initialize inventory class I thought for sure I had a variable in here. Inventory class name. Inventory class name. We're going to do this with that, with this, dash, position, okay, comma, API. The late initialize is like what you need. We want to take this and move it down here. Container dot late init mark dirty false. Okay. So mark dirty false, just it queues it up for saving, but it doesn't redraw it. There's no point because it's already there. Okay. Now can I inventory dot on slot modified? I know I've overridden this. I just can't remember how. Let's just look at a random thing here, something that doesn't have a custom inventory, right? So we have an inventory generic here. So initialize, somewhere in the initialize sort of things I should have, right? So there's the slot modified, right? It's slot ID. So inventory.slot modified. Okay. I guess I was typing on, which was throwing me off. So slot modified. Okay, oops. So we come in here. Inventory.slot. There it is. Slot modified. Trash. Let's just do public Well, let's do public virtual void trash item int slot ID trash item. Really? That's not. Oh, what am I doing? Slot modified plus equals trash item. If inventory dot empty inventory of 0 equals no. I mean, it will obliterate the item just like that. I mean, it'll disappear as soon as you put it in. There is no oopsie, undo. There's none of that. I could make it like that, but it would add a huge amount of infrastructure because then I've actually got to save, right, an item that's in the slot. I have to save it, sync it, all of that, and then override. When you try to put something in, right, the activate slot, right? The activate slot, and I don't know if I can just override this, right? The slot modified is an action, right? On inventory closed is a delegate, right? Actions are essentially delegates, right? Action end it's a delegate. So these are things that invoke in an array, right? It's basically an array of memory locations of where to, like, hey, call this function, and it all matches a pattern, right? This slot modified takes an integer as a thing, right? Action of int means int has to be in the parameters, which is what this is. It's the slot ID of what you're actually trying to change. So rather than doing it like this, what I could do is inventory.take inventory of 0 dot take out whole. Okay. Gets the entire contents of the stack, send the base stack to null. So what that does is it does the same thing, but it's a base game way of doing it. It just takes it out and empties the slot, and it kind of cleans up its own gubbins. And then we want to mark dirty true. Right? This will sync it. Okay. Now, we did a container. I don't know if we need to do that. I don't know why we have two different things. We have an inventory and we have an in-world container. I don't know what the difference between those are. There's literally no documentation on that. Right? There's no there's no thing. Like which is which. Okay, one last element. The to and from tree attributes. I don't really think we need to do anything. The base game is doing enough. I think we might need. I always do these at the bottom. Override to tree attributes. Override from tree attributes. Okay. If inventory equals null. Init inventory base.block. I mean, technically speaking, from tree attributes should maybe. Again, the inventory will never have anything in it. I don't need to save an inventory that is always going to be empty. I want to make sure this init inventory doesn't use the API call. Okay, it doesn't. So then we do if API does not equal null, and well, if API does not equal null, late init inventory. You have to have API, because remember the from tree attributes is called when you're loading from disk, right? Way before, I mean, it's called before API is set, right? It's loading everything from disk and sort of populating memory with the objects. So API is not yet set, right? So we cannot, if you try to use API, right, this late init is trying to use like actual legit values. So inventory, so it's like the position value, like here's the API call right there that we're passing in. If you try to do this, it will crash. So you always want to check whether API is null, because it's called once when everything loads from disk, and then when it's initializing everything, I think it's called again, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But the initialize is called. So this initialize up here is called, but for some reason this one is not late init inventory. Like I don't know why. But this is also called when you're syncing to the client. So the client runs this a lot. Every time it gets a packet from the server, it will run this if this is a block that's updated. So I don't really like I could do API does not equal null. Let's just do this. If API.side equals that's client, mark dirty true. Okay. So if API is not null, late init, right? But do I want API does not equal null and API client mark dirty. API equals null. It's a weird way of doing it. Else if inventory equals null, init inventory. Else if API does not equal null. I don't want to initialize the inventory over and over and over and over and over again, right? I don't think that would be healthy. My other things. See, here's your late initialize. Yeah, I don't like this. Right. Init inventory, that's fine. Because inventory is we don't want it to be null. Then we come up to initialize. Base initialize, late init inventory. Like, this is where I think it should be. Right? If inventory is null, then init inventory, just generically init inventory, which is what this is. Right? It's just one slot. Then call the base initialize, which should initialize all the things. Then call late init, which is actually setting late initialize, position, all of that. Because in here, API is you're literally passing it in, right? So this can be called, this down here, this can be called before, this can be called before initialize. Okay. So, let's open up English, Vent Engineering, block, trash can, star, trash can, block, description, deletes anything placed inside it instantly. No take backs. No take. Why? How did I type the wrong character? Deletes anything placed inside it instantly. No take backs. Okay. Let's see how many bad things we have to deal with here. Okay. I'm assuming that I did something wrong somewhere, and I'm going to have to figure this out. But the close lid, open lid thing, it is what it is. On inventory open, on inventory close, on block place. Good. On player right click. This should trigger the GUI, I hope. So let's see. Let's see just how many things I have to fix. Because I'm assuming It's not going to work first time. Oh, what was that? Why did you? Oh, yeah. Dirt. That would be quite obvious. I didn't register the class. Oops. I don't think it would be in here. Oh, snap. It's probably, yeah, because it didn't. Remember, the thing wasn't loaded right. Oh my god, can I please just shut it down? Thank you. Yeah, because I didn't register the actual block entity. So that was my bad. So register block entity class. API.register block entity class. BE trash can. BE trash can. Type of BE trash can. I always put the VE on there just as a thing that just to make sure it doesn't I don't conflict with somebody else. Fingers crossed. What? This is a first. I mean, I get it. Couldn't you please stop trying to get me to look at it with Copilot? It literally will not do any good. I assure you, Copilot would have no effing idea what's wrong. Quit pushing this on us. Like, this is so stupid. Analyze with Copilot. I know. Error while rendering in slot. Something happened. Right? Something happened with this call. Render item stack to GUI. Inventory item renderer. Okay. Let me look. Inventory item renderer. And this call was render item stack to GUI. Render item stack to GUI. What was the pattern? These are functionally identical. Just one has a goddamn extra bool at the end. Oh, that's just great. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, can you go away, please? So we have line number is largely irrelevant. God, will you stop? What line number is this? Stack size. Yeah, I get it. Thanks. I need to know what. Trash can north. What is it looking for? How many blocks do I have in this goddamn game? And it's like, it's puking on this. I don't know. Why it would be doing. I don't understand why it would be doing this. It says it's line 278, but it literally is not. I would have to look this up. Yeah, 278 in the DN Spy is so this line here. Let's see if I can find where is the Angio Studios VS, I think it's in VS Survival. Game content. Well, let's look at so block generic typed container. Dummy slot. Block generic typed container. It's not a trunk. Okay. Block a generic typed container, line 278. Gen GUI message. For each string type in types. It wants the types. Type. Shnikes. So the thing that's causing it is this. That's what's causing it. So blocks clay is there. Yeah, see, generic typed container. There's a bunch of attributes again. Types, normal. Default type, normal. Variant groups Is normal in here? There's a lot of different variants of this thing. Textures by type. Default type normal. I don't know. Shape type. Shape normal. Okay. Let's try coming in here. Well, yeah, let's do where's my shape? Normal. Okay. Quantity slots drop normal. Let's change all these normal. 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 Clear. And then normal. So normal is not like a variant. I think it's like a special like code within a code. Default type normal, types normal, and then normals all the way down. Storage vessel. So we come down, where is that? That is creative inventory stacks by type. We put that in here. Block north. Attributes type normal. Okay. So we reintroduced the normal. Yeah, we can close this. Thank you. In types, attributes of types. So shape of type, attributes of shape of type. That's where that's coming from. Now, do I need to do anything with types? In my, I mean, type is in here. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if that fixed it. Because you've got like block variants, northeast, southwest, and on top of that you have types, which is not a variant for some reason. It's just the type. Not really sure why they introduced like a subset of a variant. Okay. Okay. So we're not crashing anymore. I'm not really sure why this is in here. Drops when obtained by breaking. I don't know. Both of these are exactly the same. Why are the textures not working? Okay. It sounds like a JSON problem to me. Textures. Why are these not loading? Well, that I don't need, and that I don't need. But the base was not working, so yeah. Let's try it again. The shape was right, which I mean that's small victory. But the okay, let's try this again. Almost done, everybody. We're almost done. I think this is the last couple little fiddly bits that we got to worry about. Oh, I gotta wait. You gotta wait a couple seconds. The handbook is loaded in a background thread, so it's like it's still why. Okay. North. There it is. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Why for art thou disappearing, sir? Block behavior animatable. Get place block info. I don't know why. Block normal trash can. Okay, block normal trash can east. You know, it's also weird. I could have sworn that shape was not sticking out the top of the block. You see how far that's sticking out? Oh, I know why. The bounding box is wrong. Not the shape, it's the bounding box. Okay. So, get block info. BE container. BE behavior animatable. Get block info. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I don't know what's going on with that. Those textures in the GUI. Okay, get place block info. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Okay, so the dialogue title was like, for some reason, trash can title. Trash can title. That should have been working. I don't understand why for art thou was that not working. Variant by group. Shape by type, textures. Jeez. Oh my god. Okay. How? Jesus Christ. Okay. API does not equal null. And thank you. Now can we move on? I just had a thought in my head of something to check, and that just voided my brain. Lid open, stop animutil, start animation. I don't know why this is not. I don't understand why. Can we try this again? God, why are those blank? Seriously, it's in the world right, but the texture in the GUI is wrong? How? What in the world? Object not set. Call stack. Get animation state value dot key lid open. It's literally like lid open. Lid open. What like what is it? What is hitting? It's nulling on the append. DSC has a value. Okay. Val has a value. Yeah, val.key. Frame is text. Animutil is not null. Animator is null. Why is animator null? Animutil.animator is null. Let's actually look at the right value. Go back. Behavior.animutil. Base.get behavior. Okay. Behavior does not equal null. Return null. Okay. So is there... I know I added animatable, the behavior. Yeah, entity behavior is animatable. Okay. So why for art thou? Why is this? $162 and $178. What? Okay. Am I missing? That's part of a behavior. I don't initialize a behavior manually. The behavior initializes itself. BE behavior animatable. Yeah. Um, it's probably why the thing disappears when I try to open it. That's really bizarre. Get behavior. Animation util. Okay. Boom. Crash. Get block info. What side am I on? I'm on the client. animation util dot animator. That's null. Renderer is null. Animator is null. Lid open. On after tessellate. What? What is happening? This is such a bizarre problem to run into. I don't need this. I don't need these. There's nothing in the code that there's nothing in the generic typed container code that actually goes out and initializes that animator because it's part of the behavior. So if we look at the chest again, behaviors, entity behaviors, animatable. Okay. I don't think lid open is not, it's not a code that I have to set anywhere. All of my machines, right, they all have the ability to have an animatable thing, right? If we actually look at a machine that has an animation, right, we have an initialized animation here. Initialize animator. Animutil probably is the same. Oh my god. Animutil is part of the electric container block entity. So if we go to definition, block entity animation util, electric.animation util, right? So now we're dropping into electric. And if we go to definition, animutil, block entity, .get behavior, animutil, .animutil. Block entity, .get behavior, .animutil. Is that what I'm missing? Is that all I'm missing right there? I was getting the behavior, but I wasn't returning the animation util. I'm pretty sure I had it. Right, this is doing the null check. So if it's null, it'll return null. But this code, wrong object. We actually initialize the animator if animutil does not equal null. So this initialize animator, what calls this? Animation util, block entity animation util. Used by Holy Moses. Aha. These are initializing. Oh my god. Trash can. Initialize. If API dot side equals client animation util dot initialize animator trash can shape what do I do here? Okay, this is not initializing it. No. I texture position source. I'm going to pass null. Rotation degrees. This dot block dot shape dot rotate y. Composite common shape. God damn. Initialize animator. Because this isn't a right. This is not an electric thing. So it's not derived from any of the base classes that this is. If I go up to the top here, these freaking things. So this electric BE behavior, animutil, right? It's trying to get this. If we can find all of the places. I don't know. I don't know where. It might be in here. Let's go to definition. Animutil. I know some. I initialized the animators somewhere. Here it is. Right, so I do pass null null in there. So that's, I mean, that's good. So let's see. Because like obviously the VE extruder, like this animutil, I'm getting all the way from my base class. It's way back. Block entity or electric container block entity. But I'm still initializing it here, so I think that's what I was missing. I was missing the initialize. Block.shape.rotate y. I mean the thing is square, so it shouldn't really matter. And the last item up that I need to do, if this fixes it, well, 2 items. I need to get the bounding box sorted. But also the damn GUI. It's not drawing the GUI icon. It's with the textures. That's very bizarre to me. That's a first. I've not had it where the in-world version is fine and the GUI is not. There we go. Block normal trash can east. Okay. Well, the stupid. Oh. Yeah. Why is this east? Can I please? Why is this? It's putting the domain in there twice. So I might have to remove the domain. But this is backwards. I gotta do it this way. It's still east. No matter what I do, it's east. That's very bizarre. Yeah. Drop. I think I'm picking that behavior up from like the chest. Inventory class, no. Storage type, retrieve, shape. The sounds were working. What the hell? Where is it? Where is it overriding my placement to east? Every time I place it, it's overriding it to east. It's almost, yeah, it's like the block generic typed container is overriding. Let's see, block generic typed container. Get drops. Yeah. Code with variant side east. Why? Do place block. Block entity. That's going to be null. If flag, base do place block. Okay. I'm pretty sure that there is a behavior that controls, right, this. So let me peek at a machine of any kind. Behaviors. Trash can. Behaviors is a container. We need this. Block. Trash can. Oh my God. North. So the horizontal orientatable, that is, that's the behavior. When you place it, it actually places the damn thing. Now I'm thinking of getting rid of this class and just making it a block. Because no matter what, when you break it, right, it's going to drop the east one, I think. The other thing is the damn like inventory. Why is the inventory variant group by inventory? Like, I don't understand why there's so many things about this that break how everything else in the game works. I have textures. Stop seeing that. Textures. These are all, I mean, I have all of these textures in there. Block material, metal, resistance 4. Okay, collision box, we want up to 1. Selection box up to 1. We want to offset it in one more voxel. Where's my voxel cheat sheet numbers here? I think it's 125, I think. There they are. Yeah. So we take this and go 125. We take this one and go 125. Then we dial the X2 back from 9375 to 875. So 125 to 0.875. And then Z, same thing. 125, 125, 875, 875. Okay, that should be good there. But why aren't the textures in the thing showing the thing in the thing? Okay. So, Gen GUI mesh shape normal block trash can. Okay. Gen mesh Cappy type shape. This dot gen mesh. So where get texture prefix code. This dot code. Wait. This get texture prefix code. This dot code dot shorts to short string dash type normal. This is appending on to short string the code of the block, and then it's attaching normal onto that. That's really bizarre. That's why it's not seeing them. It's altering the texture codes. Get texture prefix code. Where is this called from? Not actually called from anything. So why even have that function if it's not called by anything? Get texture prefix code. Gen GUI mesh. Shape name. Gen mesh. Tessellator. Get shape. Texture source. Texture source. Okay, I gotta check my log file of all the things. Vintage story data. Logs. Client. Open with code. Normal. Missing mapping for texture code. Normal. Gunmetal light gray. Aha! That is what we're missing. It's appending wow, that was a roundabout way of figuring that out. It's appending the normal, right, onto the texture code. So that would be in here. So if we look at the chest, you can see these. This is what I was missing. Textures. Okay, so if we go in here, we go to textures, we add normal into that. Or do we add it as, no, we add it like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now, what are the odds that that fixed it? Oh, wrong key. Almost done. I swear we're almost done. If the damn trash can would just work. Now watch it crash the moment I put something in it. It's like, oh man. Hey, the UI works. Excellent. Hey, the lid now works. But the damn vintage engineering, why? Why does it do that twice? This would be lane code. Hot reload. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's like so small. Anyway, let's see what happens when I put something in it. It just disappears. Now, can I shift click it? I can. I think. Nope. Oh, I can. Shift clicking it from your hotbar. Not from this. This goes to the hotbar. The hotbar goes up. And then let's try. Where's a chest? There's a chest. Just to see, because I know people are going to try it. Okay, so we know it connects. What do I want to, trash? How about some plant debris? Uh, title, like that kit. Trash can title. Why is the laying dot get not getting the laying thing? Oh. Yeah, it did not like me changing that. But like it should be getting this. Trash can title. Now, should I do Vent Engineering plus that? And then down here, line code just gives me that code. Again. Well, I don't think I need that. Dialog title laying code. I don't think that's dialog. So weird. Bugs like this are so weird. Attributes, dialogue, title, lang code. I could have sworn I had an attribute called that. Here. Inventory class name. Yeah, dialogue, title, lang code. There it is. Normal. Okay. So I missed that. Dialogue, title, lang code of normal. I think that's what I was missing. Because it was returning like the whole block of code. And I just couldn't see it because the dialogue box is so tiny. I should just name it trash because that's all that's going to fit in that little box. So yeah, let's go back to here. It won't reference it this time, but I'll just change that because I just thought of it. So I wanted to make sure I did that. Okay. So put that down. Lang.get, right? Trash can. I don't need that anymore. Oh Jesus. Trash. Okay. Now let's break. Move it over here. Open it up. Trash. Okay. That fixes that. I mean, you can just sort of dump everything. Oh, I don't want to trash those. I want to keep those. Plant debris. More rot. Put the rot in there. I don't need the hematite. I don't need the water lilies. Birch seeds. So yeah, it'll just trash all the things. And the bounding box, I like the bounding box. It's it works, and we know the pipes work with it. So the last bit is the recipe. What should be the recipe for that thing? I'm thinking a simple one, like semi-simple. Let's do, I don't really care. Let's do that. Trash can. Open. Block. Trash can north. And then we're going to do, I mean, yeah, I could make you smith the damn thing, but I'm a little nicer than that. Sheet metal. And on the bottom, I don't even know. maybe a metal plate of some flavor. VE sheet metal. Trash can. Make sure that's right. Close, 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 close. Sheet metal, close. Okay. So we're going to do game, metal, plate, iron. Metal plate on the bottom, sheet metal, iron sheet metal. So it's a lot of iron, right? But it's a metal trash can. You know, it is what it is. And if you shift click the wrong thing into it, that's kind of a you problem. If you're not careful, if you open a trash can and you're not careful, that's kind of what happens when that happens. So yeah, trash can should now be good to go. Let's just make sure the recipe, I didn't make any bad things. This is when somebody, trash can north, sheet metal iron. Engineering VE sheet metal iron. Could not be resolved. Squeeze me? Grid Deco. Let's look at LV. Sheet metal. Oh, it's classified as a block. That's interesting. Why is this in here so many times? One of these days, we'll get it done. Okay, so that's a block. Sheet metal. Kind of odd. Oh, wait. Metal sheet. That's what I want. No. Yeah. That's actually what I want. Sheet metal iron is the block. It's an actual block, which is what you use to build the multi-blocks. The metal sheet iron down, that is the actual because that's a base game. The metal sheets, and I did add, obviously there's a way to craft the metal sheets with the metal press. You can craft metal sheets from metal plates. I think it's 2-to-1. I think so. But yeah, this iron, basically iron sheets. So yeah, with basically one ingot, you can get two metal sheets. So this thing would cost 3 total iron ingots to make one of these. Because you have 1 iron ingot to do this, and 2 for all of these. Well, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3. 2, 4, 6, yeah. So you need 3. So a total of 4 iron ingots for a trash can. And you can just take the trash can everywhere. Like I don't anticipate people needing 50 of these. I mean, you can make 50, but I don't think you'll need them. Why they can't use well-formed JSON for this game, I do not know. Ah. I'm sure there's out there somewhere a utility or macro or something that could literally go through every JSON in the game and do this. Because this VS Code detects them all. So why can't I just say, hey, all of these property keys must be double quoted, right? How about I just be able to fix these? Fix. Okay, what is it doing? Just fix it. Okay. The other ones I do through here. So I do like x1 colon quote x1 quote colon. Replace all. And then x2 y1 y1 2 Z1. And I know I could do this more optimally, but I'm trying to illustrate a point here. And then do X, Y, no, Y, Z, Z. There. Nice, well-formed JSON. Much better. Anything else? Anything else? Let's do one more check. Make sure the make sure everything is good before I zip it up for I'm going to do a members build and put that out for the next couple days to see if anybody, members or patrons want to play the latest and greatest version, they can try it, get back to me any bugs, and if there are no major bug reports by Friday, I'll put out a new community build. There's the iron sheets. I don't know what's going on here. North. I honest to God don't know why it's doing that. I think it is. Attributes, this right here. Trash can. Group by. There's a lot of little fiddly bits that you learn over time modding this game. There's so many different little things that you have to like track. Systems within subsystems with like it's just never seems to end. Oh, again, I have to wait a couple seconds. There we go. Now we're down to 1. It's not bad looking. I mean, it could be way worse. Right? So it's not a bad looking block. You know, it's really simple, but you know, that's what I was going for. It only took like 2 hours. It was a little longer than I thought it was going to be, but we kind of ran into some generic typed container shenanigans with the craziness. So anyway, that is going to do it for today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. I hope everybody learned something. So yeah, I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself or if you learned anything. And yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.